I'm not even getting a commercial. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I'm getting it. Hey, there I am. Yay, team. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. Let's get back to here. And it says we're on all 3 platforms. All right, that's good. Woo! Hello, kind and gentle folk. We have 1 viewer. I guess we should wait until we at least get a couple viewers. Can you test to make sure all 3 are working?
You know I'm doing it.
Oh, sorry. No. All right. Oh, that's a beautiful thing. We're back on YouTube. Woo! And for all of you who were wondering, yes, it was completely my fault that we weren't streaming to YouTube. Oh, goodness. How are we doing this week? Obviously, it's crits, and in the title, you can see the folder to upload stuff. Winston. Wow, that's a bad color for the blue on blue. So crit week, whoop, whoop, whoop. And we have YouTube, whoop, whoop, whoop. All right, so let's just get into it. This was the first one. Where are you? Where are you? There it is. This is our first one. So anatomically speaking, we have a couple issues. And here's where I would strongly recommend, when you're doing anatomical studies, to have a reference. Hey, Reddits. Whoop, whoop. Hey, Reth. So within ZBrush, if you go over here, you go to Lightbox, and you go to Tools. See, I have it under Miscellaneous. Henry, can you open that and tell me what folder it's actually under? It's in Tools, all the base models.
I think I moved mine also, but let's see.
Yeah. They might just be loose. I think they might just be open. Well, I put these in a miscellaneous folder, but these are in the Tools section, and you can see that there are a number of anatomical references by a number of very good anatomical sculptors.
Yeah, they're loose. They're loose
just
under.
loose. Yeah. So if you go into Lightbox and you hit Tool, they're just loose in here. I would open one of these up and then use it as an anatomy reference for when you work, because from what you have here, I can tell that you weren't using references, which is fine. And that's why we're here to study, right? So there are a couple of things that if you have anatomical referencing, you'd start to see some of this. 1, this person has no neck, and 2, the shoulders are very square. So move elastic, is symmetry turned on? I believe it is. We're just gonna lift you up here a little. And I've changed the size of the head a little, sorry. And then we'll give you a neck and some shoulders. So this is the first thing. And the weight of the chest is actually down here. Remember, this is, I need to get, where are you? SwordSoft. I need to launch SwordSoft. Enable control bar, blah, 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 blah. It's over there, great. Boop. I'm gonna bring you up here. So remember that a chest cavity is literally your rib cage, and it's the muscles sitting on top of the rib cage. So everything underneath it should be based on that sort of cone, dome sort of shape. So remember that that's sort of your silhouettes. Rib cage down here, let's give that, that's the lower back, the buttocks, your abdomen. That's sort of your silhouette. And the second thing that's really obviously an issue is your understanding of armpits. And I know every week we go over this. Well, No, there's not. It's just if you upload a 30 gigabyte file, it might take a little while to download it. Other than that, it's not that big a deal. Armpits is the #1 issue here. So we go over this a lot in the critiques, and that is arms don't just come down, right? Your arm is actually connecting up inside here. So, nope. Turn on, yeah, okay. And so your arms are actually sort of doing this. They don't come straight out of the body. And your biceps are actually connecting up into your scapula and then at the top of the arm. So your, hold on, let's do Q. Come back to here. Oop, we're moving. I'm not really going to sculpt a ton of this at the moment. We're going to come in here. So as you can see, your shoulders are actually crossing over into your torso, and there's a triangular shape you think of this in. So the bicep is actually going up into the armpit, and then your deltoid is coming over that, and then your pec is on top of that. So there's like this little triangle that happens in the armpit, and so getting this shape is really important for an arm, right? And so that is the #1 thing that most people mess up in their anatomy, is that connection to the arm and the armpit. So here again, I think that going into your light box, picking one of these tools, and then you can see, use anatomical references. It's really important. I use Visual Body, which is a three-dimensional anatomical, it's really based on anatomy classes, but it's a really beautiful breakdown of the human anatomy. And I've actually, because right now their model is really, the arms are really closed. I've asked if they can make like an A pose and then a T pose, so you can see those intersections. And I'm still discussing it with them to see if they are willing to put that into the thing, or if there's a way for us to get it, because I think that'll be very useful. And then there's also a book called Anatomy for Sculptors, which I really recommend, only because it it breaks out the body in block sections, sort of like Bridgman does. The Bridgman anatomy books, they're very heroic proportions, but how he breaks it, I think it's called The Human Machine, how he breaks it up into function is a really good usage. I recommend that book as well. So use references though, especially when you're first learning. Copying what you see is incredibly important. Okay, I think that's really what I would suggest for you right now. You know, obviously the arms have more shape to them, and your arms are a little short, because with the hands they should come down to mid-thigh. That's crotch. So your arms are a little short to boot, right? Because if this is the crotch, your hands, your elbows should be about there, and your hands open should probably be about there. And you can see that gives it, already just doing that gives it a slightly more feeling of humanity. just something to think about. And you know, when you're using referencing, you'll get the silhouettes correct, or it'll help you get the silhouettes correct. Hey, yeah, hey, Eric. So yeah, use references. I think that's probably the most important thing I can tell you right now. But keep working, keep it on. All right, who's next?
Up next, we've got Valdesir, Chimp with helmet and Chimp with fur.
Oh, I think that's... Okay, so this is one of them. I would assume this is Chimp with fur. And then that's Chimp with helmet. Okay. Okay. So right now, your anatomy's looking pretty good. The face is beautiful. The one thing I would say is you're letting the fur take over the anatomy, and obviously, you know, you've just stretched the stuff out and such. So, but be careful when you're doing fur. You can see that you're using a tool that's cutting into the surface, and what that does is it really starts to mangle your anatomy. Here, let's take this for a second. And I'm just going to do one side, turn symmetry off. Let me get clay tubes, and let's just sort of get this back to the anatomical. So you sort of worked out your anatomy here. And even on an 8, that crosses over. So, you know, you have your anatomy there. Just make sure that when you're applying your hair, that you're not cutting into the torso. So let's get the wet, one of the clay rakes is pretty good. Hold on. Rake trim. Let's try this one. Okay, that'll at least get us started. You know, and you're starting to lay your fur in. I'll usually do the defining edge first, and then come in, and then that way I'm laying on top of that layer, and it lets you kind of dictate the layering of the fur. And think of your fur as like distinct, sort of like little batches of layers, because that's exactly what it is. And you can see that by now I'm doing this backwards, actually. Normally I would start at the bottom. Hold on. Because you want the fur to be laying on top of itself. So under normal circumstances, I would start at the bottom and get my fur kind of in and on. And then you can see as I'm laying this stuff in, my tips are actually on the top of the next layer. So lay your fur in with the directionality that it's actually happening, right? And you can see instead of using a negative, I'm using a positive. I'm adding to the surface instead of cutting into the surface. And that allows you to not mangle your bone structure and stuff. And if you'll notice, and I start doing it again, of course. My basic shape of my muscles and stuff haven't changed because I am applying the hair as opposed to cutting into my bone structure. Does that make sense? So be careful. Don't, when you're applying fur, don't cut into the model. Make sure that you're adding on top of your model. Otherwise, you start to mangle your bone structure. Ah, man, my sinuses are going off. Do you see the difference there? I hope that makes sense. So I think that that's the number one thing I would say. You know, your pecs and stuff look okay. I mean, the pec's still a little weird. And I think that's because of how you're visualizing your fur, maybe, or is it just because you, hold on. Let me look at your lines. Did you just bend this in, maybe? Because an ape's anatomy is, you know, very similar to humans. So you're not going to get this massive fold in. And just remember, it's going to do a very simple, oh, that's the wrong brush. Boop. You know, it's still doing, just as we were talking about just in a second ago, it's still doing this, right? Come on, we can get there. All right. Okay. Bicep. Delt. And I could be wrong, but this delt feels really, really big. And then the pec. And then the ribs. So just make sure that you're keeping that relationship. This feels, and I don't have reference material, so I could be wrong about this. I'm not going to stake my credibility on it, but this feels a little low, and this feels a little, right? Unless it, hey Draco, I would just say I think that this is probably closer. Like I said, I don't have your reference material, so I could be wrong. But see, especially here, you cutting the fur into the body as opposed to just adding the fur on top of the anatomy gets a little strange. All right, so let's actually go to the guy with the helmet because he's, yeah, yeah, see how short your deltoid is here? So when you bent it, so when you, here, let's go to here. See how short your deltoid is? So when you bend this, you got to remember that your pec line drops. Let's, nope, turn the symmetry off. And I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on this, but I think I'll get the point across. So what you did is you went W, you came over here, and you bent this, but it feels like you used a different bend, but that's okay. And so, let me drag this back a touch just so we don't have so much stretched. And I'm just going to pull this back to its origin roughly. And I seriously doubt the delt comes that close to the neck. But as I said, I don't have the anatomical reference, so I'm not saying you're wrong. But see, by rotating here, I'm not bending it all the way around and stretching it. I'm finding the rotation point and rotating there. And then that's what gives us our delt. Our bicep coming under. Pec coming in. And delt going over. So, right, does that make sense? So it might be a little high with that armpit. My guess it's something like that. So check that arm anatomy on the chimp or the ape, and then yeah, see when you stretched here, you brought, the delt just became too big and you lost your scapula. Tricep, scapula. Just make sure your layers are correct, you know, where things are going in and under. Shoot. Right, boom, boom, boom. And then the front, boom, boom, boom. Armpits are important. Face looks great. Your ears probably need ear holes. Once again, I'm not, off the top of my head, not super familiar with the anatomy, but I'm assuming you still have an ear cavity in here somewhere. But not quite sure. We could look it up, but check your reference on the ears. But I think the pecs are really your issue, and cutting your fur in. So those are things I'd work on. Yes, of course you can. I think that covers mostly what I'd say. I just think by you cutting in your hair with a rake, you've really distorted your anatomy. And then make sure to get this intersection right. Right. Caesar. Okay. Who's next?
Miko. Is Miko here?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Let's wait on Miko.
Okay.
Let's go to Jin.
Okay, which one is
Mantis.
that? Mantis.
Mantis.
Boom. I love this style. Looking good. I always like the super exaggerated curved silhouette that these like sort of biomechanical suit monster things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's intentional, but I think that the breasts with that deep a cut in it makes it look like two saggy breasts. And if that's what you're shooting for, cool. But everything else seems to feel tone, and this doesn't read tone, right? You know, the hips and the thighs, you have this feeling of tone where, let's come here. No, let's turn that off. I would probably say that you can have the same sort of, hold on, let's divide, give me some geometry here to fuddle with. And I think you can get the effect of this second layer and keep it still feeling not like two saggy mitts, but you know, carrying the sort of tone breast feel. Not that there's anything wrong with saggy breasts if that's what you're shooting for, but with the rest of the body it seems a little incongruous. And then let's just put a line in there instead of a huge fold. And if you just make it like a layer shift as opposed to a huge fold, I think that it's feeling a little bit more in line with the anatomy of the rest of the part. And see, even that divides that breast pretty substantially. Is there anything concerning the model? No. Okay. Hey, Juan. The other thing you could consider is actually changing the direction of it, where this is actually on the inside. It changes the directionality of the transition, and that way it's not something flopping over. It's something that has a second layer that's sort of supportive. And that resists that feeling of flop, if that makes any sense at all. Just something to consider. See how it changes the directionality of the breast, where it's traveling up instead of folding over and down. Because all of this seems like very firm sort of muscle. And when you start to clean this up and get your divisions, a little crisper and more refined. Pinch. Right, you're following the anatomy pretty well. And the anatomy you're following isn't like lumpy. So I think that and I think the same can be considered for the bicep here. Once again, you're sort of flopping down, and it makes it look like it's dripping, where if you keep that where there's no overhang at the bicep, but these have some surface tension to them a little, where they're not just folding over, they feel like, you know, this is something that's coming under, this can be sitting over, but still not feel floppy. I think you want to avoid that floppiness. And again, armpits. That's cutting up under that, it's not joining it. It's sitting on top. But other than that, it's quite interesting. I like it. And here again, I would probably have these being a little bit more going in and not quite flopping over. It's not necessarily that ridge can't be there, it's just make it feel like a ridge and not a flop. And again, that's going behind that. Because if you're doing something even biomechanical, make sure that your layers are tying to what's going on the body. Hello Juan, how are we doing? Other than that, I think, you know, I like where you're heading with it for sure. Very cool. I like it. Yeah, your anatomy is pretty good. I mean, like I said, I think it's just about surface directionality and trying to keep it looking like it's one surface that then has divisions as opposed to one floppy bag, two floppy bags. But all in all, looks great. Not bad at all, my friend. Not bad at all. All right, who's next?
Up next is Mark Markov with the golf shoes, and you have 3 accompanying JPEGs.
Golf shoes. Look at that. Boop. Okay, and let us go to the folder. Okay. Interesting. You can see how he's rotating off that foot. Funny. More. Oh, okay. All right. So what do we have here? Okay, you kind of have your wrinkles going on here. You sort of have your shape going. When you're laying on your leather material, make sure that you are putting back face masking on. Do I have something? Does this? Yeah, this still has a pattern on it. So here, look. I'm going to turn off back face masking, and I'm going to drag this out. And as you can see, it's on the inside of the model. Where if you have back face masking turned on and you drag this out, it is not going to the inside of the model. So you're distorting the inside of your model when you're laying your textures in. Now, before I would lay my textures in on this, especially if you're trying to replicate this like exactly. Remember, look at your reference here. Right? And you can see you have some pretty good bends in here. And then your wrinkling is going directly with the fold. And you can see here as well, as they're rotating off of the foot, where is it? Oh, there it is. See, this is a reinforcement. This is a reinforcement. You can see on the single layer of leather, you're getting the bends as he's rolling off of the foot. It wrinkles here, and that's why it's aging as such. And then he's bending his foot, and you can see the wrinkles are V here, the deep V there, right? And then it's very clear here. 1, 2, 3. So when you plan this out, oops, you can see you kind of got them in here, but they're not actually going really completely through, and you're not really feeling that bend, right? It's slightly there, but it's not really, really there. And I'm going to just plow over the surface detail stuff because that can be applied afterwards. I want to talk about the form first. So, you know, make sure that, and this is hard if you did the detail first and then you try to pattern this. That could be where some of this is. But, you know, you have sort of the one bend here, the second bend here. You sort of get this kind of hump going on, and it's indented, indented, indented. You kind of have this going pretty good, and then there's like a little mash there. Okay. And once again, sorry I'm mangling. I mean, the surface details level. I mean, you know, these stitching in your holes and stuff look great. But don't let that dictate your form, right? Because these feel pretty lumpy, right? They feel pretty... Right, these are pretty good shapes. You know? Right, those are not subtle forms. That's a distinct change in the leather. But you can see the stitching actually holds pretty tight there, which is good, right? We're not changing that line too much. It's not really going in and out because that is like a welt fold. So it is actually pretty reinforced because it's folded over and top stitched. So that's pretty straight, but and I'm just going to do this as an alternate seam here so we're not. But before I would go back in there, I would make sure that this wrinkling thing is what's going on, right? And let's see, what do I have? You know, you kind of have those going on, those are 2VE. Too much. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a good brush to use here. Maybe we'll just do it with standard boop. Alpha, let's just use the kind of rake alpha here. And we're just going to put, and this is a simplified version of these obviously, but you're getting that surface wrinkling here, here, here. And then just take SK trim polish. And then come back in and tap this stuff so that top surface is kind of polishing that out. So just if you're going to do some, see how this really feels like that has the wrinkles in it now, as opposed to kind of just fiddle-futzing with it and then throwing leather texture on top of it. The leather texture is great. It's just make sure that you get these things defined, you know, sort of as the surface wrinkles. And then come back in. And then these, you know, these are a little dramatic. I would make them smaller than that. And I probably wouldn't use this brush, but I can't find the brush I'm looking for right now. And it sort of has them going this way. Get your little wrinkles in. And then come back in and sort of smooth this out, because it's not nearly as dramatic on there, because like I said, that's a welted edge. And then get your stitch, and I don't know that I have stitch brushes. Let's see. I thought I had an IMM stitch brush. It seems I do not. I think there's stitch brushes up here. Brushes. Okay, I don't really. Why is that not working at all? Oh, because it's huge. Okay. Like, why is that absolutely not working? Still not really working, is it? Oh well, but you can see if that stitch brush was working, you'd get little stitches there. Okay. Obviously I don't have the same stitch brush as you, but hopefully you can sort of see what I mean, that if you're thinking about what the leather's doing, wrap your head around that one. Also, just looking, I think these shoes have a toe stitch, don't they? Yeah, that looks like a seam there. I think these have a split toe seam there, or at least it appears to. Your leather grain's looking okay. I like that you have these little nubules in there, that's good. See here again, you're something. See how you have these like lumps? I don't think the leather's going to do that. Let's look at the reference just to make sure I'm not talking crazy talk. Yeah, see how the reinforced area here, that heel cap is pretty solid. See even here? See how that's actually pretty smooth? I'm not seeing any of that lumpy distortion. So when you were putting your texture on or something, this got these lumps, right? 1, 2, 3, little. And you got to think that this part of the shoe is actually double reinforced. So you're not going to get, if you're getting lumps or humps, it's going to be in this single layer leather, not in the double. So just be careful about what, if your texture you're bringing in or something is distorting the leather. I don't know what was causing that, but that's probably not going to happen in the actual shoe. Right? Be careful whether you're moving it or whatever you were doing. Make sure that you're not getting that. Also, you just picked random, like you found a scratch and degeneration brush. But if you look at the bottom of the soles, there's actually, it's, let's zoom in here. You're not really getting too much of a secondary, so like this kind of, it's much more like a stone tearing apart, right? You're getting a chunk and then a second layer. Leather doesn't really do that. You can see that you're getting a little lumpy and some of that there maybe, and like maybe there, but it's distinctly like directional scratching. These are bends in the surface, right? This is from the flex of the shoe, these cracks here, and those are tying to the ones in the toe, right? You can see those are created by the shoe bending. These are created by the shoe bending. And then this is all just directionality when they're teeing off or whatever they're doing. You can see that the rotation of the foot's happening, right? See, that is leather bending. This is just scratches. And you notice there aren't as many scratches here. So, it's probably right-handed. So actually pay attention to what you're seeing and try to understand what you're seeing to get it to work right. Because you're sort of, I mean, in the bends, you are getting some of this. Hold on, are these separate poly groups? All right, let's go here. Boop, that's what we're looking for. Boop. You know, you're getting some of this distortion-y stuff, but the problem is that it's not tied to what it would be tied to, right? You're actually, you got to think that, and I'm just going to use rake again, just because it's, you know, you'd be getting sort of the creases you were catching with the bend of the shoe. Right? And then this is what some of that deterioration or this kind of, this stuff right here could be in these little cracks as it goes along with these directional cracks. But they're distinctly directional. And then I would take, you know, your much thinner brush, and then you can apply sort of, right, because you, and actually that's pretty good for the sub lump, you know, like some of the little damage there. And here I'm just gonna get the surface a little roughed up here so it doesn't appear to be a smooth surface, right? And so now you have some of that been stepping on rocks, degeneration sort of stuff. These, you know, some of that degenerative stuff there. But then I would come back in and just make sure that these surface scratches, you know, kind of do what the ones there did. You know, you're trying to tell the same story. So if you're really trying to make this exactly what it is, make sure you're getting the right kind of information in the right areas, if that makes any sense. Because this just looks like you took sort of a nicks and chinks sort of alpha and went in and just distressed it. But this is the wrong kind of distressing for leather. Right. Your shoelaces actually look pretty good. They're showing the gravity, you know, they're not just floating, which is a big common mistake with shoelace stuff. Yeah, so I would say actually pay attention to what's going on in the shoe. Don't just say, oh, I'm distressing. And then don't let the fine detail, like the stitching and the folds, dictate the shape of the shoe. Be careful when you're moving. Think about what's happening, right? You're going to get small, thin wrinkles here because it's single layer. You're probably going to get less here because this is actually a pretty tight part of the shoe going around the outside towards the pinky of the shoe. That's a pretty tight part of the shoe. So you're probably not going to get a lot of surface wrinkling there, where here this becomes looser. And then this is double leather. The heel cap is doubled. So this is a joining stitch where this goes back, it's stitched, and the heel cap's a double that keeps that heel structured. So don't let your detail dictate your form. Yeah, all in all, looks pretty darn good. And let's just look at the soles real quick. I think these might have yeah. You can see the leather of the heel. This is leather and then welt stitched. So you don't actually have a welt here. So let us boom, boom. Right, this has move. I'm just gonna pull this in a little. I know this is gonna screw up all the other stuff, but that's okay. These are stitched right here. Usually it's 2 pieces of leather and then two thick pieces and then a thin piece. And then you're going to have stitching here. There's stitching along this, and then you will have normally you're going to have that, and then normally it's 2, and that will come in. And then you might get something like that. Now, SK trim polish. So just, once again, see what's actually happening, not what you think's happening. And yeah. Because if they're that old, that sole isn't going to be perfectly together. And often getting it to that place is since it's different layering, sometimes if you just come in with a mask, and you can generate these by just simple moves, just so they don't look like cracks, but they look like sort of transitional wear. And once again, I'm doing this after the fact, so we're going to get some weird lumpiness here, but don't just cut them in as cracks, but make it sort of layer transitions. And you can see that'll make that look much more like a sole separation, like the sole is wearing and kind of coming apart if you make it dimensional instead of just cutting the cracks in. Right? Does that make sense? Right, you don't have to necessarily cut cracks. You can just come in and use masking, move, and that creates a much more realistic feel in something like that. Right? I don't need to save. Oh, didn't catch it fast enough. Oh, come on, you. Oh, the gray screen of weight. When we're doing this, I try to catch. I know. We'll give it a second. There it is. Okay. ZBrush. All right. I think that covers most of that. All right. Who's next?
Let's see. That was Mark. Up next, we've got Martin Sorensen.
Which one could it be?
I don't know, because the name is just ZBrush Submit. Let me
Martin
open
Sorensen. Here we go.
All right.
Whoop, whoop. It's nice. I like it. I like the stylization. This muscle doesn't have a big ass curve in it. And I think that might have been done by moving, but just make sure that that still at least retains some of its base shape. You know, obviously being stylized, it's stylization, so it's your style. And it seems to be, you know, like a fast sculpt, so yeah, no, I like it. I think that you may want to, don't have these quite so flat. Let's just give that a little pooch. In this really deep, I might just fill that in just a touch, but once again, it's stylization, or it's stylized, so, you know, making any kind of like anatomical corrections is tricky, because obviously you're not trying to be anatomically correct, so it's not a big issue. Yeah, it's hard to crit something that's, you know, stylized in the sense of, and non-anatomically correct, you know. I like the style. I think it's successful. The face is fun. The expression's good. The only thing that was really glaringly obvious is this was bent. Even if you're doing stylization stuff, you know, just having a muscle do that, nah, don't do that. At least try to keep the muscles doing what they're doing. You know, it's like I could say this is a slightly strange intersection, but, you know, that's not the gist of the part. Yeah, I think the only thing I would say is just make sure your striatus is actually doing what it does. Because everything else is within the realm of acceptable behavior. Once again, it's stylized, so, but the head doesn't collapse in right there. Your skull's kind of that, and then the muscles come up and into the skull. If that makes any sense, but, you know, here again, stylized, so who knows? You know, skull really has more weight in the back, but It's a fun. Um, I mean, it's a fun model. You know, it's not. It's just hard to critique something that's stylized because, yes, I can only say that so many times. Yeah, the eyelids are flat. That's why I filled them in just a little touch, and you know, they get a little baggy here. But it's hard to, like I said, it's very difficult to do um, anatomical corrections on something that's obviously not trying to be anatomical or anatomically correct. So, you know, you can nitpick the anatomy for a week, but that's obviously not the intention of the part. So, I don't know that that's necessarily helpful. Yeah, it's just this muscle was the thing that was weirding me out, and sort of the back of the neck, you know, actually coming into the skull as opposed to that being one swoop, you know, because you're still sort of, you know, saying this is a skull and this is a neck. So I would say that that's one thing. Yeah, really, other than that, you know, it's fun. He has a lot of character. All right. He's fun though. I mean, you know, he looks good. It's a nice, fun sculpt. See, I don't necessarily know that they are going for someone who's older. I think it's just sort of the style of the sculpting. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's very difficult because, like, the little short pointy ears are definitely saying, okay, this is not human, or you know, it has a creaturey sort of feel to it. Um, you know, it's, you know, when you're dealing with animation characters or stylized characters, so much of that can be chalked up to, oh well, that is the style, you know. Um, sorry, I have to deal with. No, I feel you, but I think that, you know, once again, I don't like the jowls aren't pulling old. He still has a nice tight chin line. Um, the nose isn't elongated, right? You know, the brow is super heavy. So I'm feeling more alien than old. I could be wrong. I could be wrong because I don't think these are wrinkles. I think they're just strokes. I think he's just stroking, like how I leave strokes on my surfaces. That's what I feel like he's doing. But once
I'm
again,
getting a mad scientist vibe.
right?
Like, not necessarily old, but they do tend to be depicted with those same old features.
Yeah, but like if it were trying to be old, I think we'd get a lot more wrinkling, like physical wrinkling, which I don't really see. You know, it's not an old profile because remember when things get old, you know, noses tend to get longer, chins tend to drop, you get jowls, right? Faces get long. See, the profile doesn't read old to me at all because the nose is still kind of pointed up. Yeah, kind of weird, scientisty, alien-y sort of thing. Weird, yeah. Nothing like a tight chin. Okay, who's next?
Juan.
No.
No.
No. Forget that.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Very good, and yourself?
Very good, very good. Good to hear you.
Yeah, always a joy. Oh,
How are you, Henry?
Very good.
Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, that's Miko's design.
Oh. Where are you? You're not sure.
But I don't mind to take ownership. Looks pretty cool, so I'll take it.
Right, I'm trying to find you.
I'm the one beside the head that says shirt.
Yeah, okay, I'm heading that direction. I just clicked on it. Okay, there we go. Ah.
So what's up with your garden? All your flowers and stuff?
Right on. Look at you go.
Oh, something happened with the face.
You only have 280 million. I'm like, why is my machine kind of laggy?
Ah, yeah, I'm sorry. I
300 million
haven't
polys.
I haven't boolean nothing, so
I'm like, what's going on here? I was trying to use the space mouse and it's like, Let's see. Come on. You can get the. Oh my god, you can't. Hold on. Alright. We're going to turn everybody off for that, except for the head for a second. Did that work? Yeah, the head blew up here somewhere.
Oh, do you have a thick skin turn on?
No, I don't think so. Where's the there? Nope. It looks like an import error. What's in there? Nothing. That's crazy. I like your porcupine head. Very lovely.
I know, huh? I work it hard.
Wow, that was really. I want to see you dynamesh this and see what happens. Yeah. I mean, I can try to import it again and see if it does it, or you can send me just the head.
Let me see if I can upload you the head. Oh, actually, you know what? I can upload a screenshot on the Discord.
All right, that'd be good.
You know, let me.
I love it. I've trained my students to make ungodly large models. I was like, why is this thing lagging? It's only 280. Oh, no. That's 280 million polys. I see. You're making models like I do.
Yeah, I have to work like one piece at a time.
Yeah.
But hey, look at everything is well labeled and.
I know, you're so much more organized than me. I make the size of models and it's like that thing and that other thing and new folder number 3. Hysterical. Come on, you can zoom out. There we go. Did you?
I'm
upload?
I'm on it.
Okay.
Let me see. His core. I will put it on the.
Where is body? Where
No.
are you? I want to look at this hand real quick. No. Subdividing geometry. I just want to know where this hand is. It isn't body. Okay.
There you go. It's on the progress pieces.
Okay. Just go.
So have you seen those black clay sculptures?
Yeah.
Okay, the idea is that I'm gonna print it on a big printer and put it as put it somewhere around the house.
Right on. Oh, here it is. Oh, fun. Actually has quite a lot of expression. That's nice. She's a very happy flower girl. Cool. All right. That's very nice. So now, let's get into this. And where's that basket? Let's turn our basket on too. So the only thing I would say about this is that this is just floating in space. Her hand is not touching that.
No, it's not. The reason is that I wanted to print the basket by itself and then boolean the basket to the skirt.
Okay. But even then, make sure that, because if that is supposed to be in that hand, it needs to be sitting in the hand. And then, you can just lower it to where it's there and then align the fingers as if it is actually carrying it. Because whenever things are just floating, even, it's just, you break the illusion of them carrying it, right?
Yeah.
So make sure that she is actually carrying it. The skulls and stuff look great. Your weave looks okay. I would still say you're cutting in here. I would like to see this being, no, not the body. Where's the basket? Let's just turn, is it you? Which one's on? Where is it? Okay, there are all the skulls. Oh, there's the basket. Okay.
Oh, I had different versions of the basket. Just I was playing around.
As you're playing around, make sure that you're doing. Just make sure that these things that are going over, don't be scared to use your twist. Make sure these are going over. Right? Because we're just going to take this line of things and do it to these. And you'll be able to see very clearly the difference in things going over and under. And I know you may be early in this process, but you really need to think about these things being over and under. Because, just look at the difference just right there.
Yes.
And that really is what that weave's all about.
Oh, yeah.
So just make sure that when you do choose your weave, that you go back in and make sure the things that are going over, and things are going under are going under. Let's look at our floor work in here. Sadly, I have to look at it in parts because my poor little laptop thing just isn't cutting it.
Oh, well. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Oh, lovely.
And I was debating to boolean it before send it.
Nah, it's fine.
But then I was like, I have a feeling that Thomas would like to see every single piece.
Yeah, no, this is good. Come on. make sure when you're using the same flower to come back in and beat them up a little, just so they're different, right?
Okay.
Like you can see from this angle that you can see this Y right here is the same as this Y right here. Even just rotate it, right? Just twist them so they're not, right? Because you just see your one, your one, your one. You know, if you just circle them, they're not going to look, or if you rotate them around, they won't look like it's just the same one copied and pasted. But this is beautiful. Looks good. We'll look at our front.
Well, my idea for that basket is that I was planning to print it in two parts. The inner part where I'm gonna have all the leaves, and then the wrapping paper or what have you. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to deal with a lot of support, right?
Yes.
They're gonna break everywhere. And
yes. It looks nice. Those look nice. I like. It's lovely. And you did that here. Well, see how these are the exact same.
yes.
Where you did pretty good about rotating some of them, but you see this one is the same as this one. This one is the same as this one. It's like these two are the same. That one looks like it's probably the same as that one.
Oh, it's the same. Every single one is the same. It's just
No. I'm just saying these are the same angle.
Oh,
These
I
are
see.
the same
Yes.
angle. These are the same angle. And this looks like it might be the same angle as these three. Yeah, these four are the same angle, I bet. Where if you just rotate them around and then just come in feasibly and just on one or two of them, just grab twist or something and just make.
And actually, some of those flowers are part of the school resources.
Oh, cool.
So you guys have like a folder with all kinds of resources and flowers, and I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna save myself some time here. So
yeah, no, I would just come back in, and you can see that just by scratching up the surface on some of these, you break that visual pattern, and they don't look the same, right?
yeah.
And then just grab like clay buildup or something, and fill one of these up. Come in and just move this one. Just dink them so they don't, because your eye catches patterns, and it's like this shape right here just screams out to me, right? I can see it. It's there. It's actually there, but especially in these 5 right here. Bump, 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 bump. It's real obvious. So that's where moving around and just dinking them a little, just push them just around. And that way the pattern recognition part of our brain is broken up. And it's not obvious that you're using the same part.
Yeah,
Does
yeah,
that
yeah.
make sense?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And it's persnickety, but when you start to sell stuff or you start to put stuff out there, it's little things like that that separate good work from great work. Because you're just spending 5 minutes muffling up flowers, and then that way they appear to be their own individual objects. And so that's just me being persnickety.
I don't know. I like it. I like it.
Let's look at the skirt. And you did seem to rotate these around a little more. But once again, just break some of those shapes up just a touch. And that helps a lot. Your little skulls are adorable. Remember riffling. Pinch, where's pinch? Pinch, 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 pinch. Ruffles almost always get thinner at the tips. Because that's what's creating, it's that pinch that's creating the ruffle.
Oh.
They're very rarely, unless they're pleats, but this seems a little bit more ruffly. And that's good. And it's funny, you're almost there. These edges are tension edges, right? They're holding there because the fabric's stiffer than, right, it's holding that shape because it's either starched or it's made with a stiffer material.
Mm-hmm.
And so very rarely are you going to get a droopy edge. And I'm like, you were almost there. Right where they're kind of being pinched up.
Okay, yes.
And it feels just like there's a little bit more rigidity to them. Right? And then often, since usually they're created by pinching, often you have, a crease in there, but I don't know. I think that's a here or there sort of thing,
Mm-hmm. You know what? I like the idea. I like it a lot because then at some point I wanted to put some elements, but then it was getting too noisy. However, like use the creases, yeah, it would read way better.
Right. Because usually that is what's creating that ruffle. Make sure your skirt, you have the fabric going on there, but you have this lump right here. So
Mm-hmm.
these two humps. Right, you can see them there and there, right?
Yeah.
Here and here. Just remember that fabric has weight, so very rarely are you going to get, especially when you have something that's long and drapey like this, you're probably not going to get lumps like that. At least this high up in the skirt. Right? It's the weight of the skirt coming down. And you might get them down here where you're getting some breaking from, the friction of the skirt hitting the ground. But don't get lumpy. Because when you see that, you're like, okay, what's under there, or what's hitting the fabric that's making it hump?
Okay.
Like, if that's a hump, it's probably a fabric bend. It looks like it goes all the way around. I wonder if you did a big move or something. But like from the side, you want to just make sure that the tension makes sense.
I'm sorry, you guys hear my dog snoring in the background.
Oh, that's okay. Your dog.
I can't hear it.
Okay.
Heard a little. It was like a little.
Yeah, she has no disregards.
just want to make sure that it feels like there's tension. I'm assuming that's skeleton with the buttocks.
Yes.
Just
Same with the cleavage.
yeah.
Like where the muscle came doesn't matter.
Right. So, do you see how that feels like the dress is coming down more?
Yes.
Yeah. So just make sure when there's fabric, it's tense at the top, and it can come down, it can hit the ground and break. You know what I mean? You can get that bend or that hump down here, but
Yeah.
very rarely is it going to happen in the middle there. And now back to the cleavage. Speaking of, at the top. There. I agree. Doesn't matter where it is, but that's really low.
Okay.
Right, because their sternum. Because if you look how you've shaped the rib cage, the arms are super high, and I know that it's playful and whatever, so it's not a
Yeah.
big deal. But you know, the clavicle does that, and then your shoulder bone sits below the clavicle. So these have a pretty big gap in the armpit.
Yes.
And I mean, like I said, that's style doesn't matter. Right? But you see how you have your rib cage here? See the curve of your rib cage? And then you have the second curve here. So I think your rib cage is just, because this is almost like it's a pec muscle instead of the rib cage, right? The rhythm of that's just a little off. So I would, even if you have the arms up there, you know, it's a playful thing. It doesn't matter. But I would argue that that's probably a little closer, right? Because these ribs do not stick out farther than the ones below them, right? It's going back and in at that point. So you just have to make sure that the ribs are doing what ribs do, you know.
Okay.
And then you're doing fairly realistic wrinkles down here. I would do fairly realistic wrinkles in the armpit, because no matter what, you're going to get, whoa. I chose the wrong tool. I don't know why I'm using rake. And I just went to a different way. Where's clay tubes? What is going on? I don't understand. Right, because let's think of fabric again, right? I'm going to make this flat. Right. So I guess I move that somehow or another. Let's move this back onto the bone. And I know it's sort of a puff sleeve, so it's not. So you're this plane. And then you have sort of that plane. So you need to decide if there's like a wrinkle right here that comes out, or is it kind of coming around here and then bagging down and out. But there's a wrinkle here because, you know, there's an armpit, and even if it's bone or not bone, you still have to have, right, you're not going to get an untensioned garment, especially since you're doing real fabric here, then in
Yeah.
the armpit, it needs to feel like real fabric.
Yeah. Well, just look how different it already looks in comparison to the right side.
Yeah. So
Well, yeah.
just if you're doing fabric, make sure that it's fabric, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it can be thin, but thin fabric wrinkles more. And especially since you're doing it here, just have your wife put on a shirt and just look at the armpits,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you're going to get wrinkles in there somewhere. If that makes any sense.
Yes.
And it can be coming out this way as well. It just depends on where that seam is cut. If it's a puff shoulder, the seam's actually probably going to be cut right about there, because that's how the puff is created, by putting a lot more fabric into the part and stitching it into a smaller armpit hole. So just think about what's happening there. Don't make it. You can see that at least feels a little bit more like a garment and less
Mm-hmm.
like claymation sort of. Here, I'm just going to push it up there. And this stuff doesn't bother me because this is stylized. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
I would probably think about putting where it intersects with the skirt. Let's turn the skirt on here for a second. Oh, it's pretty tight. It's going straight to the hips, so maybe not. But you might want to put just like one or two like little surface wrinkles or something where it's pinching into the skirt.
Oh, yes.
It's so soft. Mm. Mm. Just so it still feels fabricy.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, not necessary. But I think that because you have such nice fabric.
Yeah, because otherwise the top looks like fabric and the bottom looks like neoprene.
Yeah. And it's just even just hinting at it, right? It's not like it even needs to be. But you're staying within that, oh, this is fabric going into fabric. And it also gives you, like here in the rib cage, there is nothing in there, right? It's the ribs. So
Mm-hmm.
getting sort of a compression fold in here where it's sort of coming over, and then where this becomes something that's more floating, where there's nothing in there, that might be something to consider as well. But that's purely style, you know what I mean? That doesn't have to be, that's not, because she also doesn't have butt, but we're putting a butt on her, and so you could say there's fantasy abs in there, or that it's not just floating in there. But you might want to consider that, because, well, no, you don't want to do that, because if you do that, then this isn't sitting on anything. I changed my mind, right? Because the waistline, there's an implied waistline there, right? So if you make this just draping, you're now questioning what is the waist sitting on. So don't do that. But the little fabric connections down here, I don't think are a problem. But if you draw into question if there's anything solid in that stomach area or the abdomen area, you're now creating a, well, what's holding the meat in there? And you don't want them thinking about that. Right. So you're getting the feeling of that fabric moving in there, but you're not. You're not breaking the illusion of the waistline. Right? Hear all those little rights I say when I'm always looking for affirmation? I have to edit those out of every single one of my videos. I'm always like, in this, right, 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 right. It's like, oh my God, how many times do I say right? All right. And here again, I might use texture. Just to give a little bit more of just some fabric drapiness, just so it doesn't necessarily feel like a firm breast is in there. You're getting fabric movement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just, you see what I mean? It feels like, escape, do it. Damn it. Oh, good. Woo. Not trying to save all these. And that just keeps it feeling like it's fabric instead of something that's solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, looks great. It's awesome.
Cool. I have a few questions. What do you think of the base?
I don't know that I've even seen the base. Hold on. Well, that's an
Actually,
question.
when you see the base with the skirt, I have a plain base, and then I have one that I put it on like a tile.
Yeah. Here's the tile.
I have the feeling that the tile one, the one with tiles, it just makes me too much noise.
You know what? It's very shallow. I mean, like right here, it's high contrast, so you can sort of see it. But you got to figure, I mean, even if this is like 10 inches tall, that's still like 3/10 of a millimeter high. You know, it's just texture. So honestly, I don't mind the tile.
Okay.
I don't mind the tile at all. In fact, I think I would go with the tile. Because especially if it's going to be printed in one color, like you're trying to make it look like the black, is that what you said?
Yes, I'm gonna paint it black.
I think
Painted and then semi-gloss.
Yeah, I think the tile's fine. I would frame it, just so it doesn't look like. Right, here's your tile. Come on, did I turn everyone on? X, Y, R, 100.
Oh, I see. Yes, each tile like in a proper square or whatever.
Well, I would even. I just. Why is that so? Oh, because it's 3, 8. Is there something on that's making this super soft? I would just make sure that there is a frame here. And once again, it doesn't have to be big. But see where the tiles end?
Okay, yes.
And you know, this can be plain out here. It's just, you have a pattern that ends abruptly. And there's nothing that it's ending at, per se. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at least there, you know, it's something as simple as that. But there's a reason for those tiles to end.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
Arbitrary.
What do you think of some floral ornaments along the
outside edge?
Along the base? Or I'm just going overboard?
You know, once again, I think that if it's subtle, I don't think it doesn't bother me, because you have like these really powerful borders, right? You have this border of flowers, this border of leaves. It would not surprise me to have, you know, something going around here. Just don't make it very big. You know, keep it low relief, so it's not taking away, you know.
Yeah.
But no, that doesn't bother me in any way, shape, or form.
Sweet. Lastly, I'm planning to print it on multiple. No, I'm trying to print it on multiple pieces. Head will be one, flowers will be a second one, the basket. My problem is with the torso and the skirt. My idea was.
Is it just a height issue? Is that the reason you want to print it separately?
No,
Because,
the idea is that I'm gonna hide all the supports.
well, I think honestly that the only place, like going this way, right? Because it's a cone,
Yeah.
like printers want to print in a cone, right? Because it's
Mm-hmm.
self-supporting. So honestly, I think the only place that you would have support issues is obvious, or, this can support itself. Whoa, wrong thing. You might get just get a couple tiny supports under the chins here going to the skirt.
Yeah.
You might get a random support here. Even just one support at the end of each of these leaves would probably support them. Are you going to do the bones separately, or you want to grow it all?
No,
You want to grow
the
both
bones.
You
You know
throw
what? I don't know though.
You can.
Happens that I'm gonna throw it on the big printer that I have. So I was like, well, if I'm gonna print big, I'm gonna have issues with the arms, right? Those are maybe too thin.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think so. I mean, as long as you support the ends, and then because this is all, this is an angle going this way, this is an angle going up. The only places you're going to have issues are the ends of the fingers, and otherwise it's, there's no floater.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
And
it is, the angles are all going in. You don't have the overlapping. Obviously, you might have a couple overhangs here, but even the rib cage, right? Because it's going in, it's not coming out, right? So your torso is still doing that. Here you might have an issue, but I seriously doubt it, because that's a nice smooth. Just remember that, the ideal printing shape is, oops, that was really graceful, is lozenges. Because there's no overhang, right? It's going dun 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 dun, and then it's self-supported, dun dun dun, self-supported, dun dun dun. So you're actually pretty good. The only place that you really have support issues are the ends of your fingers. That little
mm-hmm.
bit right there, ends of your fingers. These inside edges, maybe your chins, edge of the lips, maybe one or two of these things have overhangs. But if you can scroll through, your layers, your print layers, I bet you could print this in one part.
Mm-hmm.
Just do it hollow.
Yeah. Like the skirt is hollow, the torso is not. But that's a easy fix.
Yeah, I would just make it a little, even if you just bore a cylinder into it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or I'd do it as a cone, just so it's self-supportive. You know, just make sure there's no overlapping whatever direction you go to. Cylinder's fine. You don't have to make it a shell. I mean, if you're trying to save resin, make it a shell, but I would just blow that out so this doesn't become a cup, right? Because here, if that's not in here somewhere, you're going to have a cup. If you print it as one, where if you do that, you won't. All the resin has plenty of room to spill out. You're not going to get a suction cup there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really see big printing issues.
And my idea of printing the head apart is just because I have all the ponytails and what have you.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Just,
Printing it separate.
just to hide all the supports, the back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think that's the way to do it, honestly.
Cool. Thank you.
Of course.
So what's new with you?
Oh,
Tell me a little bit about your projects. I haven't talked to you in a while.
well, we've been doing grills for some pretty serious celebrities over the last week that needed all to be done like overnight. So I don't. Neither of the two videos are well. Madonna posted publicly that we were doing her grills, so been working on Madonna's grills, and then
Nice.
the other one, the video's not released yet, so can't really talk about that one. But that was overnight. And then working on the space. We'll probably be able to move the printers and stuff into the new space this week, maybe early next week. And then I can start prototyping and stuff because we have the big Formlab printer and the little Formlab printer, all the new dental ones, the 3B plus and all that. So that's exciting. And yeah, it just
the little face that you was working on last stream. Is that for a ring, a pendant?
Yeah, that's for rings. That's for I'm just refreshing those no masks and making them a little more dynamic. Because the other ones were based really on very specific sort of famous masks.
Yeah.
And now I'm taking it away from that and just making them more interesting pieces,
Yeah. Oh,
breaking
cool.
the symmetries and, just futzing with them some.
And those will go in the ZBJW store.
Yeah.
Oh, I was about to ask that.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then, yeah, I mean, I was just in... The table is in Super Chief Gallery's 10th anniversary show, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we had an interesting opening. It was great. There's a total brawl in the back. A street gang attacked the art. It was bizarre. Haven't been in a fight in a long time. The inside of my mouth's a little tore up. But I learned young, keep your head moving. So,
yes, indeed.
no big bruises. Even though I got popped in the face a few times. That was pretty exciting. My shoulder and back hurt because I got plowed in the back with something hard as I was picking people up off the ground. It was like a mess. It was just like, oh my God, what has happened? Yeah, that was bizarre.
Well, was you wearing big rings?
No, sadly. In a case like that, when it's like with a street gang, the last thing you want to do is hurt any of them bad enough that they feel like they've been shamed in front of their friends. Because
liability.
That's when they go and get a gun, right? So it was very defensive. Just get everyone inside the building. They're sneaky. The trick is to trip people, and then you can kick on them instead of punching them, right? So there were a few people on the ground that were trying to get off the ground as them getting beat in the back, trying to get them off the ground. It was very exciting. It's nice though that my lizard brain still kept me from getting beat down though. It was like you're in the middle of like just this brawl. People are swinging, and I'm like, like that. And I didn't. Like I said, the only time they got really solid hits was when my back was to them. I was picking people up off the ground.
So what about your earrings? Because you're not wearing them today.
I lost 2 of them. Yeah, they got knocked out of my ear. But the other 2 are right over there. I took a shower right before I came on, and I haven't put my earrings back on.
Go. Oh, I'm gonna let you go because I know there is other people waiting in the line. I don't want to be disrespectful.
You're so disrespectful.
I know.
It's all good. All right, my brother. And
well, thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for your time.
Uh-oh. Lag got serious. How bad's the lag?
Nah, it's back.
Oh, okay.
I think that was just on my end.
Oh, okay. So who's next?
Taylor Rem. Beginner Man Draco Flacco.
Yeah, we did download that one, didn't we? That was part of the first download. That's Miko. That's 8. Oh, maybe
Is today the 13th? No, we wouldn't have downloaded that one because it was 8:30 p.m. today.
So we got all of these, right?
Yeah, except for Miko's, but we're gonna wait on that one.
Okay. So let me delete this because it's monstrous. And then let me delete this before I load new things in because my poor computer doesn't have a ton of space on its drive. And we got you, so let's delete you. We got you, delete you. We got you, delete you. We got you, delete you. And now let me go download. Boop. Dropbox. Refresh. And we start at, oh. I can't wait to see that. Come on. We got velociraptors. Good stuff. Alright. Delete you. Delete you. And now we go save. What? Save. Have I lost this folder somehow? Okay, here we go with that desktop thing again. Save. Okay, it saved at that time. I don't know what I was doing. Alright, it says we have a few minutes, a couple minutes. So Henry, how was your day?
Good. Just work.
That's good, good, good.
Yeah.
We're moving through pieces.
Yeah.
It's cool. We're talking about doing a project with this watch company.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever heard of Bremont? They're like a small custom watch company, but they do like 30% of their business is with the British military.
Oh wow, interesting.
So they have some cool watches, but you know it's nice. They have a lot of metal in them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when we get the lasers, we're going to do deep engraved laser on them.
Mm-hmm. Lots of real estate for customization.
Yeah, lots of real estate for customization. They have some pretty cool watches. It's nice.
Cool.
So I'm looking forward to that. Are we downloaded yet? No, 16 seconds. We're so close. Yeah, they have some cool watches. It's like, hey, you want to chat? No, I don't want to chat, guys. Thanks. Whoa. Everybody calm down there.
Goodness, my dog's gone berserk.
Now let's do it right this time. Extract to pixelogic grid files. Boom, boom, boom. Are these all ZTLs? These are all ZTLs. Boom, boom. An unshowered Blender user? That's okay. Did he upload something?
Not as far as I know.
I love Squirtle. Do you have an order on these? Who's first?
Taylor Rem.
And do we have any idea which one that is?
Beginner Man Draco Flacco. I got Pants. Human Man. Yeah, the first subtool is named Taylor Rem, but the only thing visible is a pair of pants.
There we go. All right. Pants. All right, so let's wheel person. Is there a difference in their persons? That one seems more sculpting. Okay. I think that's everyone. Okay. So let's start. I'm assuming that we're doing the whole thing and not just the pants. So let's turn the pants off for a second and look at our anatomy real quick. I think that the head's a wee too small for the body. And here again, the chest is just bubbled. The arms are lumpy. So how I tend to sculpt is I lay down a bunch of strokes, right? And you'll see me, is this, no, here we go. 400, let's smooth, here, I'm gonna have to turn symmetry off so we can actually see our differences here. Somehow my smooth focal shift got shifted pretty dramatically there. That's interesting. Why does the hand have that much more? Look at how much geometry is in the hand compared to the arm. Interesting. And it's only this one hand and this wrist over here. Not quite sure which it did here. Why you have such differentiation in your geometry. I'm going to Dynamesh this real quick. 2 million should probably do. Just so when I'm smoothing this, I don't have collapsing meshes. Okay.
Hey, can you read that chat message that I did not send? It totally wasn't me.
Which one? The one that says LOL, right?
No. The one that wasn't
at least
me.
he doesn't have mitts. Man.
I didn't say it.
Man. I'm going to have to give another hand lesson again, aren't I? I thought we resolved this.
I don't think anyone but you has a memory of that.
Oh, you lying bastard. I like how you could use other people to support your harassment.
I didn't say it. I was very specific. I didn't say it.
I know, but you just said that you didn't know that there was a video of me doing a hand.
I don't know. I mean, if you can find the proof, you do it.
You're going to pay for that. You're right. I'm never going to find it. You know what I'm going to do?
You're never going to find it.
I'm going to make another one and just go, here it is. What are you talking about?
Yep. And in 2 months, you won't know where to find that one. So we can go right back to it.
Damn it. I'm too consistent. It's no fair. So here again, I would strongly suggest when you're doing human anatomy, use reference. And Henry will post the references that I suggest again. But there's always, within the tool section, a number of human bodies that ZBrush gives you. And I would at least have one around and open. Some of your problem here was that you had dramatically different geometry, and that makes it difficult to, like the lump in the wrist is because that was very, very high geometry going into almost no geometry. There's more meat back here. And once again, I'm just trying to do half. That's why he's fairly mangly in the face, but I think it'll give you a little idea. Your armpit here's pretty good. That's the lat. It's a pretty big lat, but the rib comes out of there. Abdominals. Muscle crosses over. Bones there. Your foot actually has an arch up here. Your ankle's up here. This ankle's lower. It's a ball. Calf muscles point down. Two little goobers in here. That's a little bit more in. It's not a slope there. This cuts in. That's sort of up. So yeah, you have two different sizes here, right? So let's cut this in half real quick. 1, 2, 3, well, 3, 4. So with the extended head, your torso is roughly the right size. 1, chest, a belly, groin, and then it's 1, 2, 3, and just a little bit. So your leg's a little short. Your torso is a little wide. And it should be a touch longer. And then this should probably be about here, and all this should be about there. And I obviously distorted our shapes, but so your forearm's a little thin, your biceps, that's because I just stretched everybody out. Other thing about your hand, the thumb is not on plane with the top of the hand. It comes off the side, right? It's not, your thumb's not up here. Your thumb is down, right? I mean, you can get it up here, but that's not how the thumb is formed. So you have to remember that this, what am I doing? Move my, oh, that's clay tubes, it's not moved. That's why that's not moving. Your thumb's a little short and a little thin. Whoa. Let's really around here a little more. That kind of does that. I broke his finger a little bit. This hand is actually super long. Hands up here, wrist, so that's a little like that. See, hand's a little big. But if we look at Control W, you can see this leg still feels, even here, feels a little short. Actually, it might be the crotch, it's just a touch low. That's a little better. Right, that compared to that. Because see from the profile how the head works there, where, see how small your head is, kind of? So I guess my main, and like this lumpiness to this was created because you had weird geometry breakup. So I would say use live referencing, or use referencing, and that's going to help you a lot. Because you have stuff that's actually getting pretty good, and you know, you have the rough silhouettes, right? You're a little lumpy. But if you're using a model, you know, Blender's a perfectly fine free program. I mean, it does a lot of stuff, but it's not ZBrush. But if you use referencing, I think it'll help you a lot. Even if you just in case you weren't here earlier, in the tools section, I've pulled this over to miscellaneous, but normally it's just open. You have these anatomy references, and I would just have one open. You know, let's just take, if you hide everything, he's not the best example because he's a little beefy. Hold on, let's delete all. He's a fun character, but not the best for anatomical referencing. Is it super average guy? Nick's human's a little broad on top. Let's see, super average guy. That's interesting. I thought they had one that was.
Yeah, where's Ryan's?
Oh, well, here's. Hold on, here's Ryan's. Delete all. It was the skeleton. I forget that it's fleshed out. But it's a female body, if I'm not mistaken. But still.
Oh, I thought they were both.
I don't think the guy is here anymore. I think he used to have the guy here, but he's not here anymore. So this is Ryan Kingslane's anatomy model that he very generously let everyone have. But he has it broken down. It has the muscles names. This is a really, really powerful teaching tool. It has the muscles names. It has everything that's going in there. It shows you how everything works. It's a really great model. I know that he has a male one out there, but even with the female model, you can get your anatomical referencing. There are the books that I strongly suggest, which will help you, you know, and yeah. The problem here, let me delete this one. I mean, this one's not bad, but it's a little, it's slightly heroic proportions, which means, see how this sort of belongs to a slightly bigger body. Like this is one scale of body, and then this is a different scale of body. So this happens a lot when people are trying to do heroic proportion stuff. You get slightly out of scale, right? I think that, and really, it just comes down to if this were like even just that, the arms are a little thick, you know, just. But once again, it's a heroic proportion character. Its face is a little too big. So I think that the upper torso and the rest of the body are slightly different scales. And then from the side, he doesn't look horrible. Let's see. One, two, where's my... What do we have there? Slide the tick distant. Hold on, let me get him over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to stretch this out some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. Make it bigger, slide it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's the right height. I think his torso is too wide and his shoulder and arms are too fat or too thick. As I say, the head looked in proportion, but the torso looks out. So, yeah, I think it comes down to this and then getting the arms just a little thinner. But it's still, I mean, it's a lovely piece of anatomy. You know, it's not that the anatomy's wrong. I think it's just, it's like every other weightlifter in the world. He did a lot of work on his torso and he left his legs. With this much bulk in your torso, I would assume you'd bulk up your legs some. But, you know, you can see that what's kind of going on with the muscles. So that's what I'd say is make sure you're using some sort of reference. Is audio bad? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I mean, my audio is by no means as good as it normally is because I don't have my amp and my mic. This is on the webcam's mic, so it's not great.
Yeah, I just deafened Discord and went to Twitch and YouTube, and I can hear you fine. I mean, it's quiet. Like, I have to turn my speakers up to like 50%, which is loud for my system. But
yeah, see, it seems low. Here, I'll just crank it all the way up. Does that look? I'm still only peaking in the yellow. Sorry, guys. Like I said, we're gonna have it sorted out here within the next few weeks. I hope. Keep your fingers crossed. I keep saying that, don't I? it's got to be figured out here soon.
We resolve them one problem at a time.
Yeah, just one step at a time, man. Yeah, so now I'm critiquing this. That was not the whole point of that.
Oh, no.
All right.
They weren't even talking about our audio quality.
Oh. Yeah, no, I have a fan on and stuff. It could be very noisy. So my point, I guess, is sculpt with reference. Okay, who's next?
Mateo Buddha. And they are here and will be typing their questions into chat.
Hey, hey. Did you create your own horn brush, or is that a horn brush? One of the pre-made horn brushes, because that's nice. Looks good. The scale armor's cool. The skull's cool. Arm's cool. I assume you just haven't attached the hands yet, so that's not a thing. I like the rock texture. I like where the horns are coming out. Your anatomy for stylized is really nice. The face stylized is really nice.
Which horns were you asking about? The square ones?
Yeah, these. The ones that are the repeated pattern. It looks like a brush.
It was bend curve gizmo with some sculpted pieces copied.
Bend curve gizmo. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's cool. I like it. Okay, so let's get into here. So first, I would say, if you're going to have teeth, make sure that they are actually going, because you've implied it here, but I think that it actually needs just a little bit more come on. I think they need to, here, I'm going to turn symmetry off again. I'm going to tuck these in a little bit. And then flip this. And I use, shockingly, SK Twist. And I would come in here, and other direction. And actually, since you have these as slits, I might do it in 2 strokes. But just make these actually feel like they're going into the teeth. Clay fill in some of that from behind so it doesn't just look like a lip. And then take the tips and just move the tips into the teeth. And that way you just have a little bit more feeling of the teeth actually coming. See how it feels like the teeth are actually going up and in there. They're not just these grooves that are cut in and then the teeth are set on it. Because all this is just really lovely, nice, sharp detail. And the teeth is something we always look at. It becomes a real focal point. Make sure that the teeth are actually going into the gums. Now your eyelids are pretty good, but once again I would say use twist and just make sure your eyelid is going under the other fold. Don't make it just a cut. And that'll actually give you a much better view from behind or from farther away. Here again, twist, where these things are coming out of the body. Make sure when things are penetrating or coming, see, like this is really good. This looks like the stone is coming out of the meat. But here you sort of lose some of that. So make sure, where's twist? You know, that when things are coming out of something, that they are coming out of it. And that really tells that story of the penetration. You know, here's pretty good, but see here it's on top, where it should be the other direction. Just make sure it's coming out of the surface, right? And on your forearm, this side, I think it was this side, yeah. Make sure there's at least the implication that there is penetration. And then your skull, it's fine. You know, I would say that I would come in here with a higher res and make these scales a little more detailed, but at the same time, they are plate. It's not actually scale armor, it's scale detail on plate. So honestly, that doesn't bother me. Your rope, Here's a twist thing again. Make sure these look like rope instead of just lines. Make sure there is, you know, that transition there so it feels like one is going under the other. Especially for this clean stylized, I think those are important. I know it's stylized, but I would still say that your feet have arches, unless there's a reason that you sort of gave him flat chicken feet. And here again, I would still make the heel a little bit bigger, just so it doesn't look like little chicken feet. Unless, of course, you're like, Tomas, it was supposed to be little chicken feet. Well, then ignore what I'm saying. This is looking good. Here again, this looks like I feel like the stone is stopping where the flesh is coming over. So I want to feel that it's going into the flesh. Even if it's big and stylized, I think that I'm just going to take planer here and cut some of these back in a little. No, edge polish, let's. And then it can still be like, you know, that stylized edge. Clay fill. Twist. But you can see if you keep your rock texture kind of going into it, it feels like it's breaking out of it, as opposed to it being, you know, this is the rock, this is the meat, there are cracks in it, but the meat of the rock is not continuing into the crack. I know, I haven't been updating my Instagram. Trust me, there's a concerted effort to work on that one. Yeah, you know, because it feels like the skin's peeling off of the rock, or that the rock's coming out and under. So I would say make it look as if it's coming out, you know. Because here it just looks like a glove, where if planer. And it's really just, it's not really dramatic here, right? Literally just even doing that, where it feels like the skin is just on top of the rock. See how that works?
They posted a couple questions. Have you seen those?
No.
I'm gonna go in reverse order. About the armor skirt, they've been meaning to rework those scales, but do you think they fit in with the organicness of the rest of the character?
Yeah, honestly, what I think's nice about the scales is the rest of your stylization is actually pretty smooth, right? You know, and that's what makes the horns stick out pretty dramatically, because this is a lot of texture. and you have these big points with a lot of texture. But then there really isn't anything, because, you know, this texture isn't really, because it's simple, it isn't like really chattery. I mean, I know it's kind of chattery, but visually it doesn't really read super dramatically patterny. And you have this, which is kind of choppy, which is noisy. You have these, which are very noisy in context, right? I'm not saying they're too noisy. I'm just saying compared to these, they're very noisy. And they're very curved, so they're very eye-catching. And all this stuff is pointing out, right? All these are pointing out, pointing out. So you're getting this like radiating frame around the head of complexity. And then when the head is nice, smooth, clean, and simple, it actually draws the attention to it. But all of this is pretty plain. Even, you know, this is here, but like I said, it's not, it's a simple enough, stylized enough pattern that it doesn't really read super chattery. And, you know, you can, you know, these can feel separate, but this is just like a really nice arrow that brings your eye up. And by this being chattery, it'll draw your attention. So all this is radiating out. You're kind of come here. This is pretty plain. The texture points up. So really feel that you have a good return to the face with the complexity of the skirt. And I like that, you know, like I said, I like that it's a surface texture. I wouldn't get, like, even when you redo it, I wouldn't get too detailed with this. I would keep it as a surface texture instead of trying to make it actual scales. I would keep it like this, where it's a surface texture instead of actual scale armor. And as long as it's texture, I think that it sells fine. You know, you may want to frame it. There's not enough geometry there to do it. You may want to frame it so the outside edge is smooth, and then that way you're really pushing the fact that that is a surface texture. It's not, you know, scale armor. But no, actually I think this is a fairly nice triangle pointing up. And, you know, because this stuff's smooth and the face is actually pretty clean, you know, I mean, it's nice, clean, you know, it's not, there's not tons of wrinkles, there's not tons of, you know, it's just a really nice surface. And then this is smooth. It makes this stuff really feel like a radiating instead of something that is, especially since you have the smooth here as a frame, it makes the really textured stuff be almost a background frame for the face. I would keep the face simple. I wouldn't get too textury. So no, it doesn't bother me at all, honestly.
Does the overall structure feel too rigid?
Well, I mean, it's an A-frame. I mean, it's an A-pose. So you mean rigid in the sense? No. I mean, I think that you're going to make it dynamic from the posing, you know. So no, for an A-pose, I think it's totally fine.
And I think you've pretty much already covered this, but do any specific parts feel like they don't fit in with the style?
No, honestly, I think you did a good job of, I mean, you know, there are distinctly two things here. There's plain, smooth, and stylized, and then there's the textured elements. Normally, I would probably say that, you know, if you have these smooth horns, these textured horns are too much, but because they're behind the head, they really frame the simplicity of the face. So actually, I think it's pretty good. I would at some point come in, and this is perfectly symmetrical, make this non-symmetrical. You know, like cut that off and then, you know, have it do that or something. But put an extra wrinkle on one side of it. It's fine to work it up in symmetry, but then you have to go back in and break the, especially on fabric like that. Yeah, light box, boom, and then under tools, you'll see that. I think another one of these has a skeleton. Does Julie have a skeleton? No. I thought one of the, I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. We've gone through lots of different anatomy.
Yeah, there was, at one point, there was definitely one that appeared in Lightbox to be a skin model. But then there were subtools to reveal a skeleton.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think it's that female. I think she just used to have a different picture in Lightbox.
Maybe, but she doesn't have a skin, does she? You mean Ryan's?
Oh, maybe it's
Ryan's.
Ryan's
has a skin.
Oh.
There used to be a female that had a simplified skeleton. Or it had a skeleton in it, but it didn't have muscles. There was another skeleton in one of these at some point. Yeah, I can't remember anything. But I've also been using ZBrush for 17 years, so we've gone through a lot of different free models. Yeah, no,
cool.
Honestly, I think it's really successful. I would just say make sure the skin is going over the stone so it looks like it's coming out. And yeah, maybe frame these so it looks like a texture, not an actual scale. Looks good. Sorry. The backs of the hands are a little short, but at the same time, it's a big, demonic-y weird thing, so that, you know, that's not something, and it's hard, you know, because these are in two pieces, so getting that intersection set correctly is tough. I might, I don't know, the full, yeah, no, I think you're okay. You have any other questions? It's metal. I don't know if I ever noticed that. How's the lag? Am I waiting for the lag, or do we just not have questions?
I think you're good.
All right. What's next? Yeah.
Vinicius Reese. Pokemon X Naruto crossover.
Oh, that's...
Is that Bulbasaur?
Uh-huh. Where'd he go? What happened?
Did you kill Bulbasaur?
No. Here we go. I'm assuming this is it.
If that's not it, I don't know what ever will be.
I know, right? He's like, nope, that's not it. What's going on in the eye here? Nice. Actually, it's a beautiful model. The subtlety of it's very lovely, actually. Your bag's really nice. Everything's coming out. Like, these little pinches are lovely details. Splitting the teeth. He's the necklace is hanging with weight. I like the little Pokemon pipe. Make sure that, and he's sort of there, but I still feel like there's a lot of airspace in this if he's actually holding this. And it's really just as simple as, and you have like these really lovely subtle, like right here, these really lovely subtle flesh curves. I think that, and once again, I'm just moving this around. I think that it'd be better to see the meat touching, maybe have, a little bit of weight there that's showing that there's pressure on the hand, because you have a lot of these little subtle details there. And then I would probably make at least the tip of the finger have a little weight there so it feels like it's actually touching. Just because when things hold things, if there's actually pressure there, it's not just the finger intersecting or, the hands intersecting. There's a weight transfer there. And you have just really nice, lovely meat details. I just want to feel like the sword is actually in the hand. Especially if he's reaching back, you'd have tension there in the hand, or a meat displacement there in the hand somewhere, I think. And the finger flattens out a touch if it's actually holding on to something. Here again, I think that just giving these pads a little bit of solidity in the contact. And at least there you're selling that, and make sure, okay, that's pretty good. I might even curve those around a touch just so they're flat, because you got to think it takes a lot of pressure to pull. It's actually, there's got to be enough contact where this is pulling out of the scabbard, so there shouldn't be any floating in these contacts. And like I said, this may not be the actual solution, but I really would like to see full contact with these fingers as opposed to it floating like that. I mean, look at, you have very, and I've dragged that down. You have very little contact here, so your detail to the stuff on the legs and stuff is so nice. Don't leave me hanging here. I know that's subtle and persnickety, but like I said, you have such nice, everything else is so nice. right? Because that now feels like at least there's some contact there. Oh, I have to go to. The dots are good. Meat around your eyes are good. You're kind of hinting at this tooth. You might want to leave like a little meat indentation where the tooth is intersecting. Just so it feels like it's contacting there. Or hide it so it doesn't look like it's hitting anything there. Your dots are good. Your fabric looks nice. Maybe just a little bit of implication of fabric fold here so you can tell that it's fabric and not body, because it's very much the same curve as the back of the body. So maybe just a touch of indication there. I would say the same thing, just one more touch of indication. Just so it feels a little bit more like fabric in the back. The little pad bag thing is lovely. The little ropes are nice. Nice, nice. The only other thing I'd say is I like this hard square here, but I would make, okay, there. I would just give this just a touch of softness, just so it feels like meat, and it differentiates it from the hardness of the pupils, and it makes it feel a little bit more like flesh. So I would just soften these. I can tell it's a boolean edge, so you have different geometries here, and that's why that's tightening up there. But here, let's go back. Dynamesh the head real quick. And then that allows me to come in here, and we should just be able to soften these up just a touch. Right? And now that doesn't look like a crisp boolean edge. It feels a little bit more organic with the head. The pose is nice, very subtle. Are the eyes exactly the same? Yeah, the eyes are exactly the same. The other thing I would consider doing, because he's rocking the shoulder back to get it, I might contrapposto the head a little, and I mean just a little, where the eyes aren't perfectly level, where you have a slight tilt this way. And that's too much. I mean, just a slight tilt. And that just breaks the perfect symmetry. Because see, your nostril, whoop, come on. Stop it. So your nostrils are on the exact same line. Your pupils are on the exact same edge. If you tilted this just your ears, and when I say it, a touch, I'm talking about let's go from the pupils. I mean like that. just a touch, just to get it off perfect 90 to the surface. Because the pupils are so square, and we know that it's, computer modeled, that symmetry thing can come back, and sometimes things are just too perfect. So I might consider giving him a little contrapposto to the head. You can see it makes it it gives it that contrapposto to it. I feel that makes that a little more kinetic than that being perfect, right? Obviously, the eyes travel with the head. I'm just, Awesome. Best adult dating site. Can I ban him? I have those tools, don't I?
I already did.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, isn't there like a trash can here somewhere?
Yeah, we can't get rid of Restream bot messages, but it's gone off YouTube.
Oh, okay. I can get them here.
You could try.
Aren't these getting rid of it? Isn't that what or are they just
adding? Are you reading what it's saying to you?
No.
I see you clicking those things, but read the messages that keep popping up after you do it.
It says I can't do it.
Yeah.
I tried. It was low. Okay. Well. So is this person here? I don't think so. Yeah, so I just think that getting a little twist of that head will give you just a slightly more dynamic model. But it's beautiful. It really is. It's a lovely model. That's why I'm being persnickety about those little things, because yeah, see, you have the implication of fabric there. I think that I might try to do it in a couple other places. That's the vest, that's the vest. Yeah. Looks great. Beautiful model. And I'm sure the colors look great if it wasn't on blue as a base. Very cool, very cool. Lovely. Who's next?
Ready for the next one?
I think so.
Eduardo. Velociraptor bust.
I downloaded that one, didn't I?
I certainly assume so.
Okay. That's not a velociraptor. That's not a velociraptor. That's not a velociraptor. I thought I downloaded it. Was it a ZTL?
Yeah, I'm opening it now to see if maybe just the name is wrong. Nope, it's a Velociraptor bust. That's exactly what you'd think.
Interesting, it didn't get in this download. Girl, this isn't Velociraptor bust, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, Eduardo, the second one.
Right, so why isn't it in here?
I don't know.
Dentes, is it? Oh, there it is. That's Velociraptor bust. That looks great. I would probably say that this wrinkling comes down. I don't know where you stopped, obviously. The wrinkling looks good. Is it mirrored? It is mirrored right now. I would assume that it comes down more. It looks like, yeah, you've just blocked this in. Your block up's nice. You're definitely, no, it looks really good. I think that this membrane, I would probably work on it a little more to make it feel like it is inside the mouth. You know, that's just a little of that. But once again, this is pretty rough. I mean, in the sense of surface detail, you're not really hammering the surface detail yet. You know, here again, anytime there's an exposed gum, making sure that it feels like, making sure that, and yeah, this is a low poly model, so getting like that little detail stuff, you're obviously just not there yet. But you know, don't forget to get, whenever this stuff enters, you know, gets close to, make sure that you have the teeth actually going into the gums. Yeah, membrane is actually up inside the mouth. But I think you're really, especially for as rough as it actually is, I think that you've really started to capture it. You know, there's, like I said, the wrinkling or the connectivity down here, but there's no point in going into any of that because, you know, you obviously just aren't there yet. Are there teeth on the bottom jaw? Not yet? Okay. No, it's great. I mean, the shape, the silhouette is actually really, really nice. 2 thumbs up. Epic box turtle, hello. Yeah, I'd like to see it as you get it farther along because, I mean, you obviously have an eye for detail. You see, I keep trying to catch it before the autosave and I leave it long enough that it still starts to process through it. Yeah, no, I would say that your silhouettes are nice, and what you have in there, the texturing that you're starting to do, or, you know, as you're stepping into the wrinkling and some of that surface texturing, I think you're definitely heading in the right direction. I think it looks really nice. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, all right. What's next?
Sahil. I have no idea what it is. I'm opening it now.
It is this bust right here.
Okay.
So let us turn off that. Let's actually turn off this hair real quick and look at the proportions of our face. Okay. Not bad. I feel like the face is a little small, but in silhouette or in portrait, you know, in profile, it doesn't look that bad. Maybe the mouth is a little high for this. See, in 3/4 it looks fine. With the hair, this really looks short because what happens is with how you have this, right? if we look at the space between the brow and the top of the head, and then the nose to the lower bit of the mouth, this makes this, with the hair on it, it makes it look really short. Like it makes the face look really short, it makes the top of the head look really big. Come on. Where if, and I'm just, see how that evens out the face? See, this makes it look like the mouth is really, I don't know. That feels much more balanced now. So I'm kind of feeling that the hair might just be really, really high. And I mean, that's a hell of a widow's peak. You know, you might want to bring it slightly down on the forehead a little more. I'm just trying to figure out how to feel like it's a little bit more balanced. I know I moved. I think with the height of the hair and the face feeling like the chin's just a little short, and once again, I mean, people have those faces, you know, I'm not saying, so I don't know what the reference is, I don't know where you're going with it, but I just think by lowering the mouth a little, raising the eyes just a touch, because you got to think that your ears normally go between, you know, it could be that the ears are really big too. Normally your ears are the distance between your eyes and your nose. That might make the face look, I think the ears were very big, and so it's making the head actually look smaller. The hair being that high up and off makes the forehead look huge. So if you just give the face a little bit more room, raising the eyes shortens the forehead, lowering the mouth a touch and lowering the beard a touch gives it a little bit more length. You know, this is a little flat in here. This dent here is a little deep, or it's flattening the cheek out a little. But it, you know, like I said, there are tons of faces that look like this, so I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that with the beard and hair, how you have it, it makes the face look really short. But you can see I didn't do too many alterations, and I think that that brought it in a lot. Also, let's hide the hair again real quick. And once again, on muscular dudes, it's not uncommon, but I feel like this is just a little, get that in just a little bit more. Your neck is really thick. Yeah, I mean, I made the ears shorter. And you can see it's still pretty big. Not that that's, like I said, not that that's an issue, but I kind of tucked them in and shrunk them a little. And it still seems a little large. And that's another thing that's kind of making the face look small. But people have big ears. Lamborghini on the freeway. Yeah. I would say think about those few things. Let's go back to the start. See, those are big ears. And that's actually more in tune if this were the length of the head. But if you look at see, that's a little higher. Yeah, I think if the hair's that high, the face needs to rise some. W, let's raise the eyes to there. Let's raise that up a little. I think that helps some. And I'm just doing this with move, so it's not real accurate. Yeah, think about that. Hopefully that makes a little sense. See, without the hair though, that's too high. So I would say that honestly, it's that the ears are big and the still, yeah, I still think just a touch. And the hair is just so high. Turn on transparency. But see, it's weird because it's not ridiculous. Yeah, just the shape of the head and face, the hair just makes it look like it has such a tiny face. But it's a lovely sculpt. I mean, you know, just some things to think about. I was here last week. I don't think I've missed a week in a while.
Yep.
Have I?
No.
Okay.
Well, I thought the old man was here last week too.
I know he was, wasn't he? It's every Monday, you old man. All right, who's next?
Up next, we've got Michael Brand. Mouth face UV pose.
Nice. Yeah, I think the old man's just like not paying a lot of attention on Mondays, maybe. This is lovely and thoroughly bizarre. I like it. I like how it sort of has. I mean,
Oh, yeah, you weren't on YouTube for the past couple weeks.
oh, you're right. It's been 2 weeks that.
Yep.
So, and it's completely my fault. It's completely my fault
Mhm.
because I had my OBS set at like
Okay.
3500 at like 6000 hertz at 60 frames a second. YouTube's just like, nah, we don't even play with that resolution. So I had my the resolution of my YouTube output set dramatically high. Yes, you're right. I have not been on YouTube for a few weeks.
Oh, we've been streaming.
I've been streaming. I mean, it's not really my fault. You can't like just open Twitch or anything. You know, I mean, you know, you kind of know where we are. Just say it. No, I could see why you would think we were gone though. Yeah, it's awesome. I like it. It's sort of like a like a space outfit for, or like are these like little lungs or testes? They kind of look like little hearts or lungs. It's fucking cool. Sorry, getting yawny. Mm. Well, I don't really know what to say. I mean, because your sculpture's tight in line, you know, obviously I don't know. Because there's no texture on the back of the head or very little texture on the back of the head, I'm assuming that you still have some work to do on it. I mean, the puckering in the mouth has more dramatic, you know, you feel that there's an action going on in the mouth, so that's nice. It's interesting that this is sitting off of the surface and sort of matching the puckering. Since it's mouth face, right? I'm assuming the rest of these are supposed to be lips too. So, you know, maybe they're not puckering, but I think that maybe oop, that's not clay tubes. Has this been decimated? Oh no, that is 10 million. Okay. You know, maybe give a little bit more of sort of that feeling to some of these, or where there's a little bit more pseudo puckering going on, maybe just so they associate with the mouth a little more, so you know they're mouths and not just empty eye sockets. I love this, like, it's sort of like an insect fly face testicle eye thing going on here. I don't know what the hell. It's fucking great. I think because you have like this repeating pattern here, I feel that you have this like linear thing going on in the face, right? Like in here, you have this tight linear. Here you have a tight linear. Here you have tight linear. Here you have tight linear. Tight linear. Tight linear. But then it goes away. Like, you know, do these tight linear fade, you have these things that are obviously these intersections, but there's one here, but it's different, right? It doesn't have the ring and then the tight linear. And once again, I don't know quite how far you are on this, even though you did put fine texture on the back of the head, so maybe you are done here. The other thing I would say probably is that the tension is odd, like in this curve. I think that, you know, if it is coming out of this, you'd probably have this going at least in the direction with the curve, right? You want these things to feel like they are associated with one another. So just make sure that it's coming out at the same angle as you're implying it is underneath. Here again, that doesn't match this. I think that if I had something this detailed, it would probably repeat in the other insertions. And what's funny is that because you have these deep linears, you know, you kind of have a triangle pointing up. So we keep getting drawn up here and nothing's going on up here. So how is it that you make, you know, this more of the focus? Because these become pretty dominant shapes, especially since they're really tied to this triangle shape. These are triangle shape. You know, everything's bringing your eye actually up to here. What was, that's on an older part, right?
The last one.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no. I mean, it looks good. I just kind of feel that I want the mouth to be more of the focus. And for some reason, everything's pointing up to the fly-eyed, the testicle-eyed fly in the center of the forehead. And that's because all of the complexity, or the surface complexity, is around this. And yeah, I'm not quite sure how to change that. You know, even here, this is what's proud, not the mouth. So let's hide this for just a second. Let me duplicate this. Let me move this. Let's just hide that. We'll just put this back. And I'm not saying the shape, I'm just trying to figure out a way to make this kissing, sucking action more what the piece is about. Now, I could be wrong, you know, it could be about these lung sac things in the forehead. But since you labeled it mouth, I just feel like the mouth could be a little bit more about what it's about. Oh, that's really, my focal shift got changed. I was like, that's moving really not very subtly. What's going on there? Yeah, see that hard circle? Not meant to be there. Oh. Oh, symmetry's on. I'm like, why is that doing that? Boom, boom, boom. Boom. I would probably have these scooping in more just because of the directionality. And it becomes about that pose a little bit more, maybe. But see, now that the mouth is proud, it becomes a little bit more about the mouth. And I'm not saying that's a good answer. I just think that that the real kinetics of the piece are happening right here. And so getting the drama or the story to be about this kissing, sucking action or whatever, I think that's going to help the piece. Right? Okay, 30 minutes left, so wow. I thought it was just like 9:45 a couple minutes ago. All right, so who's next?
Andre Moyano, girl in white render black pack.
Is that this one? This is a girl. Yeah, this one. I love kid dog leashes. It's like one of my favorite things. So I'd say that, what's the geometry here? Is this detailed or is it super low? Okay, so this is that. So I'm just wondering if the geometric patterning here, like this crisp bend, is meant to be crisp bend, or is it just it's low geo, like a belt brush that's low geo? Because it looks good. So with the harness, the only thing I would say is you may want to put a across the breast harness here. I know it breaks this line up, or you want this harness to get up into the armpit a little more, because if she were wearing this, it would not just hold this open, right? See how these are drawn away from the armpit? This one's not. But see how this is drawn away from the armpit? If this were being tugged or there's any tension on this, this would be flush up against the arm. There's no way that it gives you armpit space unless there's a cross brace here. I don't necessarily like the idea of a cross brace. I just think that, here, let's, boom, come on. Boom. Boom. Don't want to mangle the model showing this. So my only issue with this, like I said, is you have the, that's not what I want. And it's beautifully modeled. I'm not, and that's the only reason I'm being like this, is because it's lovely. So I just want it, like I said, the difference between a good model and a great model are the subtleties like this. And so see how this is actually draping loose, but this is coming out and has tension on it. A strap will never hold itself like this naturally. There's either something holding it to the center and or it's going to drape down. And if it's draping down, it's going to be in, sorry if I'm mangling the model, but you know, it's going to be more, there's not going to be that much room in the armpit, right? It's going, and I know that I'm messing up the shape, but I think that you're probably savvy enough to understand what I'm saying here. You know, this tension is going, is symmetry? Okay, good. You know, this is going to be riding into the armpit. And since this has a brace on it, that's giving the tension, if that makes any sense. Because this is just naturally going to try to fall off that shoulder. And that's why most of these harnesses have a chest harness or have a cross chest, because all this person has to do is kind of lower the shoulders and this will just flop off. So with this kind of bindy sort of, you know, harnessy sort of feeling, just make sure that the stuff that is binding at least is making contact. Come on. And I would say the same thing with the necklace or the collar. You're probably, I mean, if you want it to feel, don't give it that airspace. Have it resting on the neck, especially in the back there. Because now it feels like it's a collar. And I would say that the same just right here. Yeah, hold on, let me look at this thing. And your polygroups are interesting. I'm sure it's just because of the posing. But it's funny that, come on. Like the inside and the outside of the, nope. You know, I understand that this is, you know, it's sort of like those hospital restraints, I'm assuming. Hard, stiff leather. But, and I know that there are like the anime stuff where things are floating. If that's what it is, ignore what I'm saying. But I just feel like these things need to be touching the body. It's too many polygroups for me to grab it and move the whole thing, so don't mean to pull that out. Come on, you. Yeah, I think it's kind of, it's important. Like that contact stuff is important because I mean it's just such, you know, it's a beautiful model. It is, and you know it's dynamic. The pose is beautiful. It feels like high motion. It's just when things are floating. Whoa, what did I just do? Oh, I turned it upside down. I'm like, oh my goodness, I've killed it. Come on. You can do it. Really? You're just not going to select for me? No, that's not what I want to do. Where's my lasso? Yeah, let's just do it this way. I'm in the okay, now I'm just tapping things and they're disappearing. I didn't hide anything intentionally. Alright, fine. And the fingers are not selected, right? And then we just have this behind it. Come on. Yeah. It has a lot. Now it's just being pinned about. Come on. I just want to mask off that little bit in here. Okay, we're gonna pull the skirt. I'm just not gonna spend all my time masking. Sorry, my poor computer is just slow. And let us get out of here. Oh, this is just gonna mangle it. Right, like having that float, just all you need to do is just take it and get it and have a little contact point, right? Where it feels like it's actually on the thing. Don't let it float. because your texturing's great. Your hair's lovely. I assume that this is a bandage, that it's just not divided out yet. Or is it meant to be that low res? Because your fabric's beautiful. You know, your wrinkles are great. Your hair is organized and not touching. The texture on the ghost is adorable. It's moving. You might want to get the back side of the fabric a little bit more wisp like you did the front, just so there's, like from the back, there's that motion as well. Right, because you have a lot of motion here in the front. So make sure that some of that is carried to the back. You know, once again, like with the straps and stuff, I don't know how many people would even notice it. You know what I mean? It's just purely, it's a beautiful model, so I have to be picky, you know, because like I said, the difference between really good and great are some of those minor details. Right, because see how it's touching the arm and it just feels like it's actually pulling on the body. There's not that airspace in the back. The pose is nice. Here again though, let's look at this. Yeah, her head's perfectly straight. Just something to consider, because her shoulders are perfectly straight too, I think. Yeah, her shoulders are right on line. If you think about it, right, she's planting this foot. So I would say that, and yet again, this is just being super persnickety, I would probably lower this shoulder, raise this shoulder a touch, and even just that much gives you the contrapposto position of moving. And in doing so, I would probably just tilt the head. Sorry, I torqued her face, but you know, bend the head a little, so well, it's contrapposto. I did it the wrong way, of course. Let me repair her cheek from me putting that shoulder down. Come on. All right, let's do that. The shoulder rises some, the shoulder drops some. They're perfectly square here too, right? So she's opening up. She's opening up towards the back, so maybe drop this shoulder back a touch, bring this one forward a little, and then let's get this. And then maybe tilt the head this way just a touch. And just as little breaking that horizontal evenness, it really gives a lot more motion to the figure. Do you see how just dropping that shoulder back really opens the torso up, giving just a little twist of the head, keeps it from looking super straight. And I know we sculpt in symmetry, but these are the things that really trying to get, because that's the whole point, you know, what is contrapposto? Right? Getting that nice S curve. right? So just think about that, because that's the only other thing that I think could help. See, dropping the shoulder back some, opens that up, bringing that forward and up. She's planting that leg, so that's coming up. Yeah. See, because that wrist is okay. I would still have a little bit more contact than that. Okay. All right, fine, whatever. Just so it feels like it's actually touching. And like, also think about if her arm, like this arm is moving up, so it would make contact here. This arm's probably moving back, so the contact would be here in the back. So these feel like they're moving with or against, you know, the directionality of the arm movement. Yeah, bringing that into the armpit I think helps that a lot. No air spaces there. Oh, put a dent in the ghost head, sorry. Matching the dynamics on the back of the ghost. Tilting her head, tilting her torso. Right, the leg that plants is going to be the higher. Yeah, it's a beautiful sculpt though. It's lovely. You also, the other thing you may want to do, only because her ear is in line with her ankle, I would probably just, stop, everybody stop. W. Is it gonna let me skew you? Oh, it might. Nah, it's not gonna. 33 million poly skew. Hold on, let's escape from that. Yeah. Will it let us do it? The question of the hour. Yeah, there. That was not square, so that didn't skew square. But see how now her ear's a little bit in front of her ankle. So the implication is that she is moving forward. You know, just in the balance of things. If she has that her leg that far back, it's balancing that forward gesture. Yeah, no. It's yeah. Lean her a little bit more forward on that ankle. Her feet might be just a touch small. I would say you might want to give her feet just a little bit more length. They just feel like a little small to me, but measurement wise I could be wrong because her hands are pretty small too. May or may not. Just look at that. Might be some. See, her hands are pretty tiny, so I think her feet might be fine. Yeah, but get that twist in the torso and the head, because when you're moving, all of that moves contrapposto. So, your hair is really lovely. Really lovely, well-conceived model. Here. Because you see by pushing those hips forward a little, getting her moving forward, like at a bunch of the different angles. As you look at her from the different angles, I think it opens that up some. Looks great. 2 thumbs up. Beautiful.
You want to go ahead and do that last one?
Which is the last one?
It's Anorox Mantis, a newer version. So I
I haven't downloaded it. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it should have been in that last batch that you downloaded.
Okay. So we have this. This is Miko, right? No.
Mm.
Yep, that's Miko. That's that. We just did you. We got you. We got you.
It's
That's Miko. Yeah, I don't think I've downloaded the newer version.
Oh. Strange. It was there.
Hold on, let's look at the folder. Yeah, it's not in this folder.
Oh, you're right. It's not.
Alright, so let us go back to here. We will go to.
I wonder if it merged it as a duplicate when you downloaded it, because the file is the same name.
Maybe. Dropbox does just bizarro stuff. So is this it here?
Yep.
Boom. Download. Oh, we did look at this. I must have deleted it. It was in the first batch, not the second batch.
There was an older version in the first batch, that is correct. But they
Yeah.
uploaded a newer version. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think that's much better. You know, in the sense of it not feeling like it's droopy there. I would still say the bicep feels a little like it's cut, you know, because once again, we are, you know, you are in some ways matching anatomy. And so with this droop here, I just don't feel the muscular tension, right? And I think it's just as simple as, using the wrong brush. Just doing something where it's, instead of it being a droop, it's something like that. You know, where it still has some of that muscular tension, where this is the insertion and it's going to the origin, right? Just by changing those two, I think that helps some. No, that's fine. Going under the lat. So don't let it just, you know, when you have your armpit intersections, the last thing you want to do is just have this and then just have it fade up, because the armpit really is these things crossing over. So just make sure, you know, just even that feels fine. Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah, no, I think that's substantially better. I want to do it with symmetry turned off so we can compare the two. Mm-hmm. And I would just say, let's do this. Because your bicep and your pec are slightly different muscles. I don't know if those would ever connect and make sense. That's fine. I have it come under the delt. Because no matter what, these relationships should be real close to what they are in reality, or your brain will instantly identify it and it'll look weird. You know, you can make it lumpy and stuff. It's just that feels like there's tension between the two, where this feels like it's a melty drip. This muscle would never connect to that muscle, right? The pec muscle comes under the deltoid. The bicep is under both. See how that changes it to a proper armpit layering. If that makes any sense. What's going on? No, but you can, isn't there you can get it to align to, aren't the new alignment tools, isn't there one where you can get it to align to the top or the bottom to the top and then you can just move it in? I can't remember.
Maybe.
I haven't dealt with the alignment tools since I've beta tested them. Yeah, I just think that you know, when you're using familiar anatomy, I just think you need to keep some of those relationships proper, right? These are still muscles, right? They're stylized implications, but you know, you have an armpit and a rib cage and a breast. So I think that these relationships are still incredibly important to keep, because if they're not like that, right? This looks like, you know, this muscle has no tension because it's going here and then it's curving and going down here. Muscles don't curve, right? Muscles have humps because, you know, this is sort of inserting here, right? It's attaching to this. So you have it coming here and you might get a hump in it from a flex, but there has to be tension. Really, you know, you got to think of muscles almost as straight lines, because, you know, the bicep humps, but it inserts down here. It comes up and inserts into the scapula back here. And then the second part kind of comes up here and attaches to the top of the whatever that bone is. Your shoulder bone. Having a complete brain fart. You know, so for muscles to work, they work by pulling and contracting. So having something that just, like I said, muscles don't bend. This can be a broad muscle, but it's connecting over here as such. The bicep is connecting up here, and it's inserting here, and you might have a hump, and then this is connecting up here. But they're always, you're getting the humps from the action of the muscle. You're never going to have a muscle that goes like this and then bends and, becomes a different thing. If that makes sense. Because then you lose the tension of the muscles. If that makes any sense. And obviously this is fine because it's mouthy sort of thingy, so that's not a thing. The silhouette's really nice. I like it. Okay. Do you have any other questions about that? I like this version better. The head looks pretty resolved. I like it. Oh, it looks good. If you don't have any other questions, I think we are almost done. All right. I get to actually say it this time because we haven't been on YouTube for a few weeks. Awesome. I look forward to seeing it as it goes on too. Oh, there it is. Make sure to hit subscribe. And see, I've already forgotten what it is. Is it like? Or is it... See, it's been 3 weeks and I don't even... Yeah, what he said. Whatever that says. What's that say? Make sure to hit like and subscribe. It is important for us on YouTube, so please do so. Follow us and all those other things that mean the exact same thing, but since every company has to have their own proprietary way of doing it. Like, subscribe, big hug, click, ring a bell, do all those things, because it's very important to us and our demographics and how the little algorithms look at us and such, so please do so. Buy ZBrush if you don't have it. My end of show is complete. Man, I had it there for a little while, and then when YouTube blew me out, it's tragic. Just tragic. Just, is that a clappy monkey or a devil? Thank you, Pixelogic Maxon, for letting us stream. Buy a ZBrush. If you want to learn ZBrush for manufacturing and jewelry, join us at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Yeah, my UIs and stuff are linked there. If you want the best adult dating site, there's Naked HD.
I have banned them so many times.
What a jerk. We don't usually get that. Tools. Oh well. I think I covered everything, didn't I? Did I miss anything?
That's good enough.
Close enough to spit on. All right. I will see you guys next week, and I think we'll be sculpting on some things. Probably another no mask, maybe, or something. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. All right. It's been lovely.
Bye.
Thanks for hanging out, guys. Oh my God. I'm ridiculous. Have a great one.